Alright, let's continue from where we left off last night. Well, I never expected this. Who would have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We're on a study tour of Great Britain, with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but... for the person in the dock, it may as well be his or her one and only time in court. And it could be life-changing. Actually, wait, let me try something real quick. Oh god, wait, I have a bad feeling I might screw with something if I do this midstream. Never mind. I want to see if I can change some of my, like, AMD settings, but I'm like, In which case, treating it as research may seem a little... crass. Oh, when you put it like that... you're quite right. Good morning! Who dis? Oh. Ah, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Fidgeting around. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so weird I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so... literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. Oh, I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. But you're trembling. Really? Because I can feel the tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh my god, it just bothers me out to keep reading that every freaking time. You really don't like his outbursts? Yeah, it gets really tiring real fast. I mean, I know his character is just super nervous and like his life is literally on the line and everything, but yeah, it gets a little tiring. And I usually have a high tolerance with, or I would like to say I have high tolerance with people with like certain quirks with how they speak, but this is a little overbearing even by my standards. I got a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mrs. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So, that all-knowing look on your face is just a coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks? Is that right, Mrs. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact. Until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilden. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that... oh, good. I believe that appearance made even more greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, and for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers. Mundane, mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that's how the papers are describing it. Damn. Well, at least we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. And there's another blatant similarity with the trial 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you! Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times, it's you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? Oh my god. This guy really loves to complain. Oh my god. I'm the least lucky lawyer alive! Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Oh. You're right. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills or luck, or anything else. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, blah 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 blah. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non blah 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 blah. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness of Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom, and my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. The Old Bailey. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Japanese are truly a fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Both strong artists told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try and help the accused, I suppose. Typical Japanese arrogance. Wow! Wow! Oh my god. Oh my god, the Japanese discrimination in this game, dude. Oh my god. They can't go 5 minutes without saying, Typical Nipponese or the Far Easterners. I'm like, come on. I just know how, I know that's just how the culture is in this timeline in this game and all, but oh my god. Racism. Okay, you're tired? Are you gonna go sleep at school? Oh, you're tired of farming angel halos. Oh, not halos, trials. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susanoo-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Hey, nice, Haskell. Very true, and most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate, violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Ha! Oh, it's Bruce! What's Bruce doing here? It's only been 2 days since the trial, and now he's a juror. You never know when you might be down your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Oh my god, what's Jawan doing here? I'm afraid to say that I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Joke's familiar. Oh, come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zieks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from the same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, bullshit, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused for a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who is doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime! I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are! Just look at the solid complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Oh my god! Come on! 5 minutes. Can we go 5 minutes without this shit? Please. More racism. God, come on. Oh, come on. Let's get this over with me now. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Pray forgive the discourtesy, especially my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. How many does he have? Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Your
Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir! If I could ask everyone to look at the street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not been long... It had not been long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused... by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence if you please. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts this blade as evidence. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's professions, it looks like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, I'm looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim. I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, didn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. Yes! If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume have possibly had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way. Objection! Uh-oh. What? Why'd he throw the whole bottle away? I get like his cup or chalice. Oh my god! How many of these does he have? Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed, bouquet. Forgive the discourtesy, this bitch is not quite empty. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Japanese student. Yes, sir! As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. And the accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. There must be a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Have a look at the photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Ah, yes. I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. You Japanese are a spineless breed. Too cowardly to admit defeat. Wow! Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was. Just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran, as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat? Oh, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? Technology. The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there was nobody else who could have possibly stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pitiful. Pitiful. It depends on how this goes, honestly. Pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. I can't wait to press and then have the thing go to guilty. Oh man, just watch.
Hold it!
A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther though. That's light, is it? Oh, around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives a city a rather beautiful appearance. Tch, how quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. Hey, Patchy, how you doing? Oh, at this time of year, the fog causes a number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Sasada-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Fish and chips and a bowler hat. Not gonna lie, I'd go for those. Well, visibility was reasonably good, and there's no one else around but no one else about but the victim and the accused.
Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. Because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah, yes, sir. Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. Oh, that's correct, ma'am. Slap. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will of course call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas street lights. Ah. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. I thought I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination. Maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Hold it!
From behind, you say? Oh, that's right. As you can see from this print. Oh yes, quite so, Inspector. A hand of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition. Comatose, no less. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Oh yes, that's indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of the events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. Slap. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings, I think you'll find in the photographic prints of the crime scene. Ah yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were, irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could have easily carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. We just say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back. That must be what happened, my lord, yes. Oh, hold on, I need to inspect some stuff. Some 2 shilling. So, let's see, Snout Bill. Unconscious. Yep, that's a knife, alright. Wait, what? Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip, a small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Mrs. Sato. Oh, I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Ugh. Oh, I keep forgetting. Clicking that closes it. Oh, guess nothing else. Don't see anything else out of the ordinary.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Oh yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor, just sailing with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place, on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. Wait, Bourbon? Booze books. Here. Wait, what about... Wait, I thought it was your books. Excuse me? Yeah. Well, that's inconsistent already. Oh, as it happens, the accused is currently living in the lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route which he would have taken home. But it was your books. Well, I think I know what to present now. Ah, yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being the location. The crucial detail which you just told me, which you just told the court inspector, is the location of the bookshop. Oh wait, no. Did they want me just oh wait. I should have chose the name and then show the receipt. Oops. I couldn't agree more. Unless that was right. So where is it exactly? Eh? Are you winding me up, Sunshine? I just explained that! I got out the map and everything, used red bloomin' ink, and drew the bloke's route home on for you. And I distinctly remember seeing you nod along, Counsel. Oh, yes, of course. I must have been so nervous I didn't take it in. The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend. No, not yet. The trial's only just begun after all. Mr. Naruhodo, I would strongly advise you look carefully through the court record at this stage. Yes, miss, at once, miss. Sorry, I made a mistake, miss. Inspector, continue with your testimony. Yeah, oh, my bad.
Hold it!
I kinda wish we would've taken the route of where the thing was, and it's like, oh, actually. But I mean, I guess they want to be a bit more straightforward with like, bourbon books. Okay. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? What does sardonic mean?
Objection!
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused rooms, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Inspector, do you know this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place. I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have a street map here if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it might be a possibility. Oh, is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. So, anyone know on this map where Your Books is? Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is just here, on the next corner of Meerschaum Street going east. So he had an even longer travel time going that route. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Well, shit. All that work and for fucking what? No wonder Van Zeeks is like, so? Oh, Hold on, I need a drink. Oh my god. My learned Japanese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I, didn't think I need to spell it out, but here we go. If you accuse us coming home from your books instead of bourbon books, there's no doubt he would still have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. He could have went through the seedy back alleys as a shortcut. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Japanese friend. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Ah! As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say, eh? I've had enough of this for now. Or of now. Oh, beg your pardon, terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Ah, she's absolutely right. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location on the incident, must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... I think didn't they mention something about... Did they mention something about the street? I don't remember. Oh, I don't remember. I think last night, I think they mentioned something about the street conditions or something like that, did they? Or did they not? Because if something was happening on the street or something, no, that would have been 2 days ago in question. Or 3 days ago? Yeah, 3 days ago. So, they claim they must have passed. I don't remember anyone specifically raising any noteworthy information about the street. Because if there was something going on the street, then that could have blocked it off, then I think I would at least remember that, which I don't think so. So I think we leave it, and we try to see if people saw something else. Wait a second. Oh wait, no, we don't have them in the court records. The other people in the first floor lodgings of the apartment, or of the housing or whatever that Garudeb owns. You know those 2 people we saw earlier? Didn't one of them have a fancy green cloak or coat of some sort? That one dude spoke poetically. So, just making assumptions, what could have happened is that Natsume could have seen that guy who then stabbed Olive Green, and then he immediately ran, or the real culprit ran, while Mr. Natsume, like, too shocked and panicked to actually, like, take a look at the culprit and ran off while he looked like the one who did it. So I think we stick with this line of thought, because I would assume so yeah. He did go along that path, but there was someone else ahead of him that he missed, that we're all mistaking as the victim. No, we leave it. I think I'd better leave it alone for now. Very well, but the defense has no rebuttal here. Mr. Naruhodo, as I said before, we can't give up here. We must fight back. Yes, I realize that, but sometimes the best way to fight is to do nothing, you know. Oh, god damn it. Man. It wasn't sitting right with me anyway.
Objection.
The assertion... Okay, so was there something really going on with the street that day? I don't remember that. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed.
Hold it.
First, we must deal with the inexcusable tardiness of your objection. I was like, wait. If they wanted me to raise an objection anyways, like, where's my penalty? I was like, oh. Well, okay, there goes me overthinking it. I thought that we do go along with it, but then it's like, okay, we know for sure, but there's someone else who was in front of him. Always punished, always punished. Cause I thought, like, they were totally going to set me up for, like, oh no, that's way too obvious of an objection. Like, we go along with it using his own, like, facts of the case against them. It's like, okay, so we went along this way, but he actually saw someone else along the same way. You know, and I'm like, okay, fuck me. Mr. Naruhodo, remember, it's time to fight back. I don't know what's worse, the court penalty or Susato-san's piercing stare. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. Or... I mean, I guess, like, he could have walked across the street and then back down on this sidewalk? Is what they're trying to say? Is that what I'm assuming? It may be as obvious as that. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between two places. You wanted to take the longer? I was thinking about that. I wasn't sure about that. I was thinking he was on the other side of the street. No, but then that wouldn't make sense because he said he saw the silhouette, so never mind that. But wait. Wouldn't that be... Okay, let's continue that. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Ryunosuke, did you not hear what your own defendant has said earlier about that silhouette he was about to overtake on his way back?
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But, yes, I got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which. Of course, he would say the route that. I mean, like, let's say if he would say the route that would least incriminate him. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. What? Oh, fuck. God damn. So he has no say. Oh, that's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from point A to B. That day was no exception, except he says he doesn't remember which way he was, or remember where he was, or which route he took home. I don't believe this! Mr. Natsume, please. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray what say you, insightful jurors? No, wait, please, just give us a little longer. But even if that's the case, the defense still... We're fucked. We're so fucked. I agree with Lord Van Zeeks, wholeheartedly in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all the members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
Well, that was fast. We exercise our rights. Summation examination. It would appear the court's, the jury's leaning is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of the scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. The rights of the defense written into the antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Japanese whippersnapper and his uncas refusal to throw in his alley. Throw in his alley? Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. Oh, for pity's sake, that little Japanese oddity has already admitted it himself, didn't he?
We sent that woman in green collapse before his eyes. Why can it have only been, or why it can only have been the victim?
Well, the man would have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I don't really care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing. your books. Yes, nice shop. That bourbon books. No, not worth a visit. So, wait, what does that comment about your books has to do about his reasonings for finding him guilty? It's like, he has good taste in bookshop. Guilty. I'm like, huh? What? You know, it would have been funny if he found him guilty just because he shopped that bourbon book. It's like, that scholar, that phony scholar, spends his time at bourbon books. Ugh, guilty. It's like, excuse me. With only minor exceptions, the reasoning for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. Yes, this man shops at your books. He's guilty, sir. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? Please. And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that no one could see? Jack the Ripper, I don't know. This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, now is not the time. This is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue, yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke. You can do it. Oh, for pity's sake, that little Japanese oddity already admitted himself, didn't he? Excuse me, but aren't you... Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Ah, yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the side of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? Oh, that's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London for work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Oh, don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. Dude, we're gonna see him in case 5.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's my point. That's precisely my point. That clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Japanese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. Hey! But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes.
But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I need a minute. Oh my, can we go? We can't go 5 minutes without adding a sprinkle of racism to any statement.
Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? I can tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. Nobody else could have committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord.
That went well for her. So we can't change their minds. Well, the man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. But you can't deny there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Ah, yeah, like you drew on the map, you mean? Was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what accounts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did there. Or is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Well, winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is this all true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I just didn't make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone to the Calabash Roadway, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. Oh, fair enough. A reason why Soseki-san might have taken the longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine he'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. Nothing else for me to really take from this thing. Any proof? No, we don't have anything. We don't have anything yet.
Hold it!
Whatever's the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room. The master's wife? Where do you get your idea, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand?
Appearances.
Jeez, keeping up that charade. This is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial I made. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in a letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's correct, although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as...
Ryunosuke, just, are you listening to yourself right now?
Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just a sort. What? Spending all this time in that dark and dingy room sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear. Poor Mr. Natsume, how could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more.
Well, you just call him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so's my family's. The likes of you we wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids.
Oh, I see. That must be very hard.
I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn to dusk it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? Oh, that's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By the old bookshop it was.
What?
Another coincidence? There's no such thing as a coincidence. That's right. Meerschaum Street it was.
Meerschaum Street? On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there's only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. Well, what's the point of that? Can't we just get this business over with now?
Please, sir, it's important.
Fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn to dusk. Yep.
Objection!
There we go. Those 2 statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel, explain yourself.
Oh, please, don't point, it wasn't me, I swear!
Hey, what? I just want to get this done and dusted.
Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir. Well, what do you mean? So, juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. On the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course! Well, what do you think, sir?
Well, yes, you can't argue with that really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way.
So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Ah, yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may.
Yes.
I don't think in all good conscience I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Whee! What about you, sir?
Well, who, me? Well, alright then. There's a hole in the If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful.
We managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat.
Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that will make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely.
Yes, that's exactly what we got to do. Van Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Your books, yes, nice shot that, but bourbon books, no, not worth a visit.
Hold it!
Sorry. Fold it, you say? Fold what? Oh my god. No, what I said was hold it. Excuse me. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? Oh, I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. Oh, that's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking up books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. Oh, that's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. So just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, there's no mistake there, I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road and I slipped on ice and dunked my head. It was always worse after the snow stopped falling, that's when it's most slippery. I knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. Oh, that's right, I live in Cornpipe, you see. Sorry about the throat clearing. Oh, that's right, I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist. Wait, what significance is this? That you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry, extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now.
You changed 2 of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, just 2 more to go.
Deliver the finishing blow now. It's time to turn the tables here.
Wish I knew how to do a Susanoo takedown. I suppose words ought to suffice for now.
Hold it!
And that was around 5 o'clock, you say, the same time as the victim was attacked. Oh, I don't know anything about the girl who was stabbed, but my dinner's on the table at the same time every day. And for the record, could you please identify the precise location of your fall? Oh, goodness, it was aeons ago. I'm not sure I can remember. It was 3 days ago. Try dredging your memory, please. Well, let me see. It was especially slippery around about... Ah, yes, I remember now. I was on the corner here.
What happened to you then? Were you alright?
Well, you don't get too many people down Calabash Road, you see. So there was no one around when I fell, no one around when I knocked myself out, no one around when I came to again, and no one around when I sneezed. So I picked myself up and went back to my nice warm house where my grandchildren were waiting for me. A sad and lonely picture you paint, sir. You were fortunate not to have frozen to death.
Yes, how lucky that he wasn't more seriously injured.
True. Sounds like it was very nearly another hospital admission or worse. Ah, yes, one more thing. Were you wearing that same green overcoat on the day in question? Oh, absolutely. It's the only coat I have. It took until this morning to dry out properly. Good job, too. Or I'd have nothing to wear it here. So count your blessings, I say. Ho, ho, ho. Suppose we should. This gentleman certainly has a certainly had a close shave there. Alright. So I admitted it. A woman in green. Okay, I think it's her statement with... Okay, not that one. So I think it's just these two.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. Flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2. Juror number 6.
My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you.
Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact which we can be sure of here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, that he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned to home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. Well, that's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we are all well aware of this. The young poor woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Can we really be sure of that, madam?
My, whatever do you mean?
Oh, I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Excuse me.
Oh my.
Eh? Oh my goodness, you mean... Oh, that's right. I'm referring to, of course, to the hard of hearing, juror number 6.
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has somewhat of a similar build to the victim. Oh, look at that.
Oh my goodness me.
Yeah, sorry, you need a pee? Oh my god. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in green in the overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was, in fact, juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. If that's true, then clearly, the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my!
You old idiot, man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we could have boxed this off hours ago.
And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it?
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your leading, I presume.
I do declare that I would. I shall like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you. And I would too! What? Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well... Nah. And the trial continues. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4. So the noes have it, not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Well, okay, what do you have for us that you're withholding? Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. The Lord Van Zieks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh?
Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. Oh, that's right. Took me a whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Japanese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, we don't do freedom units here in the East. Okay, wouldn't be freedom, but well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of a moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Eh, me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no.
What?
And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? Eh, I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coach would have had a hope of passing anyway, so we just turned any gentlefolk back when they came. Kids jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Wow! Bullshit! Oh my god, you can't just, oh my, god, fucking damn.
Is that true, is it?
The incontrovertible, I'm sorry, it's hard to just say real quick. Truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the crime scene. There can be no doubt on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man. Old man, you can talk? You say that around 5 on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Japanese person behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say I remember.
You don't remember?
How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I will lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah! Order! Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself! My lord, have you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve? Why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? Huh. I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. So, my learned friend, Today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses.
Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember, one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
Alright. No matter who Van Zieks brings to the stand as his witness, no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end. Until this battle is over. Oh my god. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. The dude's chewing on his cable. They brother sister? Oh, Constable Rolly Beat? Constable Rolly Beat, sir! Nothing to report on the street, sir.
And I'm Mrs. B. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say this.
Okay. I don't know, they look so freaking young, dude.
I'm proud to say that I'm this young town hero's wife.
Okay, it's a time out. Let me check something. God damn, married already. What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we just celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
First anniversary? No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed. Apart from our rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and then they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all.
I wouldn't just be falling asleep at my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. Well, the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction. They witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. B?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
Okay, sorry about that. Hold on. Okay. Oh, Constable, Raleigh beats, sir. Nothing reported on the streets, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. Okay.
It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man on the dock, Rolly and I both saw him clear as day.
But it was foggy. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Okay.
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact. Because the alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate but chancing. And on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know, but I still managed to go off for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed, however. This cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Oh, enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work.
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling?
What? I just finished my beat.
Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes, I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal when you after you had finished your beat for the day, correct?
Oh, that's right, sir, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I serve my city and my queen to the end.
Well, what's that now?
Oh, my war card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. As the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all the Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure.
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then.
But sir, just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up a lot with being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Aww. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
Okay, not in the court.
Oh, what a charming couple. The young love is such a joy to behold.
If only a little over the top, perhaps. And then kindly describe what happened next.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes. That's right. They were coming toward us, walking up on Briar Road in the opposite direction. There's a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. And that does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume.
Yes, unfortunately, it does. And you're certain that at that time, that at that time, there was nobody else nearby.
Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark. But there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There's nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Well, yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrian. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. B. Are you sure what you just said? Oh yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh my god. They're so lovey-dovey. Oh, they're still maintaining there was no one else other than the victim on the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Oh, thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? Scattered something? What do you mean by that?
Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
What? Yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir. The culprit dropped a number of them, all around the victim where they lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Oh, wow.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the towel mouth, and the snub nose. Everything.
Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right, he looked down that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then he suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this ambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue.
Yes, sir!
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch for help?
Oh, no, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Eh?
Oh, what? Ah, yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. B to go. I was off duty at that point. But Bobby is never truly off duty, so, of course, so I felt obligated to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. B. Preserving the scene of a crime is of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Oh, it depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it.
Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat, the incident fell under, so she can go and report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could, and asked help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more important than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. the actions of two model citizens.
Oh please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Isn't he?
Oh yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? I'm not finding anything so far.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. My husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yes, and what of the fog? We're a famous word around the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. When it's thick you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes, alright, I'll take your point. Now could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell for sure, and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
Oh, what? Yes. It was the accused, and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, and the snugness. Unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Sosuke sound that they saw running away from the scene of the crime.
So that's it, is it?
That's their entire testimony.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw. Oh, what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Oh no, then what do we do?
If Kazuma-sama were here...
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean, somewhere else?
Your statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you can identify some other part of the testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate.
Oh, right.
Put simply, we must focus on the discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Why do I always have to seem, to be so up against it?
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we told you so. It seems like you don't believe our testimony, is that right? Well, out with it.
What? No. Oh, no, it's not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything, like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I can tell you the names of every single one.
Yep, go ahead. Yep, add that to the testimony. Go ahead, be my guest.
And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is.
That won't do, Mrs.
No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. But perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. B. Might that appease you?
Sure. Oh, thank you, my lord. That will settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
Four books. Objection.
Objection.
So, you're saying that there were 4 books?
Oh, that's right, I remember all of them. The picture of, Monsieur somebody, what's it yearnings, and the meal for someone, the thingamy is something.
Um... About that. I mean, you sort of got them correct, but what's the extra?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what flaw?
Slam. Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4?
What?
This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books.
Your books?
Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. And there were 4 books, I tell you, 4 dirty old books.
Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. So, as you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books.
But I just don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear it, I saw them!
No, madam, I'm afraid that your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no. No!
Rabble. Well, yep. You mean this extra book here, sir? It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Japanese friend.
What?
Sholmes, we need you! What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you're striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? Well, she did recount the names of the books mostly correctly. So, you kind of fucked yourself there, I'm sorry. The number may be wrong, but the somewhat correct recollection of the names of the books do kind of support her accuracy a bit, you know. It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Oh.
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. She's covering one. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. Yeah, you know, you could have told us earlier, you asshole. That print? You mean to say... Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. The lion's pride. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. You could have told us that earlier.
No. No!
Order! Order!
There, you see, look at that, look.
Yes.
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir! Patricia's always right, sir! Let us study the receipt for the books purchased on the accused, by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. B, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or another.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq?
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury Yearnings.
A meal for someone.
A meal for Gaboriel, in fact. Gaboriel? I'm sorry. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. And Mrs. B's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir, flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless.
But there are only 3 books on the receipt. And Mrs. B don't even...
Bruh, Rinosuke, the victim is holding on to it. Do you think someone who scattered books, like, would... Do you think the victim would hold a 4th book of which the victim scattered, like, across her, like, collapsed body? There's nothing too surprising about that. The 4th book is clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. Oh, I'm sorry, Count, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. The photograph clearly shows the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? Why are you so surprised by that?
I wonder, what became of that 4th book?
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that, and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The prosecution rests. Okay, hold on. Huh. Oh. Wait. It's burned. Wait, what the fuck? The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. Burned bookshelf. Wait. What do you mean you can't find anything there?
Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burned.
You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not on the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
Huh, a book? Recently damaged by fire? Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me?
I keep looking at this book and every time I can't believe how badly burnt it is. And I can't believe what a terrible waste it is. The more I look at the damage, the more I'm sure it must have happened very recently too.
A book damaged by fire very recently.
Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride.
I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. So wouldn't it be something I've heard? Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard of a book by that name before.
And very recently, too. It's a title I recognize, too, Mr. Naruhodo. Well,
I have nothing further to add.
what?
You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance up until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. A spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? Yeah? Yeah?
You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat! Marry me, Pat! You already did. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Japanese travesty? Wow! Or is the decision you have to make at all too apparent already? You have all heard you've heard all the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position.
I know, but if I fight back the wrong way now, it could very well be, or I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think! I'm sorry. I can't take any line written like that seriously. I can't take any line written like that seriously anymore, for fuck's sake. Objection!
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. It's over. The last cross-examination is your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you fail. The die has been cast, and no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks, it seems somewhat bored to close down the debate at this point.
Huh. Your insignificant Middle Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed.
Can we go 5 minutes? Come on!
Or the lowly judicial assistants have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh.
I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer.
So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo.
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Mrs. Sato. Please.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Eh?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mrs. Sato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked.
Take that!
The evidence in question is
what we can see from the newly presented photographic prints of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Can anyone just look at the back of the book without us pointing it out?
Yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means he may very well be on the right track.
Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which this fourth book conceals?
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? What do you... Oh, good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp!
We have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Japanese friend? Were I to concede the point if it bears no relation to the case, there's nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, pray do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide?
A charred book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Oh, don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours.
What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry Thomas suffered?
The owner.
My lord, the burn on the back of the book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. It's the victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it was obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how could you possibly?
Very well, I'll play along with this for you to attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Counsel, the defense's response here is likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who owns the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb.
The landlords.
Whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know yet, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for this jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hardworking member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
We were in the room just the other day. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, almost exactly at the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garredub's house.
Good lord! What sort of incident, counsel?
A fire, my lord.
Right to say it was, happened in a blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke and couldn't see a bodily thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bodily furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite, the book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, that's the same title that's the subject of this very debate.
Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is reasonable? All you've told the court that is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime.
Well, perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appeared that Mrs. Garredub was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garredub even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't imagine being so horrid to the one you love, can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir! My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
And all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. And now I started hurling things at me.
Even the book on fire through the window, holy shit. You would throw a flaming projectile at your own husband. You know, going back to last time, I'm surprised there wasn't an actual burn mark on that guy. Tossed a burning book right on his face. I mean, not that it would stick on long enough to cause a burn, but... or a burn mark.
There was I back up against the window under enemy heavy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there's no report of the Garredub's window pane being broken.
That is quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garredub household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and...
Not even remotely.
So you're telling me that you would keep a window closed when there's a fire in the room with the smoke building up as everything burns, as the fire is quickly spreading throughout the entire room? Okay.
Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner will ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? You earnestly claim that the book found in the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garredub's wife.
I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Rabble, 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 rabble. That's quite enough.
Yep, that's her.
Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward.
What? What are we doing?
Really? Claiming that our little tip would set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake, how could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you that was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Japanese sprouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. He ran away from the scene too.
I do declare you're right.
That's true.
Yes, what did I tell you?
That makes sense to me. Sorry. What's that? Very well.
It would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement.
What is your position, Lord Van Zieks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage.
No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been...
If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time.
What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defense culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Uh-oh.
Guilty. Guilty.
Come on, old man, save us!
Guilty.
No, old man! It was a long shot, but... well, shit. Thank you for that unambiguous response.
That's twice now, it's over! Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Mrs. Sato? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You can still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination. Huh. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve.
I don't intend to trick anybody.
I intend to uncover the truth.
This is no time to be downcast.
As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Bruh, to be continued. I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Oh boy, here we go again. Oh, the accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those three books of his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, I can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
You mean me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
It was a flaming projectile! Oh look, I want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Oh wait, maybe the old man will. Oh, okay. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all the members of the jury this time it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault with in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
And there I was thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise this really will be where the trial ends.
No pressure then. Oh, that's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel.
Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now.
Slap. Double slap.
Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say Mrs. Garrideb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garrideb's house on the evening of the incident, and the fourth book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find, using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garrideb and how she reacts, even to the other things people say.
I like how we see the other two guys in the back there. Alright, old man, speak up.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? Oh, it was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? They don't practice blowing out candles for your age. Oh, of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that it's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong. Some of the flames didn't go up, but the candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like the devil worship to me.
And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire? Smoke! What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, they threw water over me as they put out the flames. Oh, wasn't the smoke? Well, I mean, I guess it wouldn't cause, like, sneezing per se, but okay. And then because the whole room was filled with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows? The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave it did. Okay. I got a terrible cold from it, put me in the hospital for a while, but I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes, I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike.
That's the spirit.
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? What flames of lava have you know? There's really no such thing as a lovely incendiary bomb.
Well, he brought it up upon himself. He was playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes.
But I think the argument might have risen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrett. You never mind you that. The point is we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. I wouldn't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Right, well, let's see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garrett's relentless onslaughts.
It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both, like I said before. What? Well, I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some breadies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me.
Another shining example of marital bliss, then.
Well, a situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, Do you know what's funny? Because I can't quite remember. Was it that bad? Damn. Sorry. That was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out.
Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by a scarf.
Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. See, winter house fires are dire. You have to open windows to clear the smoke. That's when the chill gets you. Did you change your statement from before?
Yeah. you just changed the thought I was asking.
Well, yes, it was one of my most memorable birthdays, you see, but I couldn't let it go unremembered. I'm sure the defendant will be delighted that you're using his child explorer past. And how's that memory related to this case exactly? Oh, sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, I'm afraid. Never mind, he's as deaf as a post when he wants to be. But actually, this old man's anecdote, it might just provide the alternative explanation I need to make my point to some of the other jurors. We use my unlit candles on my birthday this year, it's safer that way. Okay, so I think I got it now. So I'm pretty sure they want me to link these two together. Oddly. I mean, she's mainly talking about the book, not about like the fire smoke. So, I mean, I mean, it's narrowed down between these two, so go for it.
Objection!
There we go. No, these two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another. They do. How exactly, Council? Ah, don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. Huh, we can look at other people. Interesting. Okay, so when we pit someone, when we pit two people against each other, we can look at other people's reactions too now at this point. Yeah, well, what's that you say? Speak up, lad, speak up. Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? Well, see what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account on his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, you'd be mad not to open the... Huh? 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 Oh! Exactly! On the day in question at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household, and Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place was filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh my hat!
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garadeb! Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and the bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Okay, this woman crazy. Of course I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadeb's formal statement. Now that you mention it, yes, the window is open. I clean forgotten, but it's true.
Hold it!
So the 4th book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us he has been reading. Oh. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he'd been reading? I did. It was the first thing I laid my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. Now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Then why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well as you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. You know... You know, if there's one thing I kind of wish for, I kind of wish they wouldn't make these so glaringly obvious with, like, what to pursue and stuff.
Excuse me.
I wish there was, like, a hard mode they can set so they, like, would hide or, what was it? They wouldn't exaggerate these reactions as much and not give you a notification. Like, you can, like, let's say you're looking away, then, like, you'd hear, like, the audio in your left or right ears or speakers, like, at different levels based on how far you're paying your attention towards someone. So if you hear, like, a very barely audible thing, then maybe you turn your attention, but then, like, maybe see a slight shift in their pose instead of, like, a freakishly obvious, like, oh my god, kind of realization. I would appreciate that more, because, like, I mean, I don't mind if, like, the game wants to keep itself rather simple, sure, but I would appreciate a little more challenge and a little more, like, I guess, satisfaction from realizing it, from like subtle reactions rather than go, oh my god, all the time. And we're in case 4, so I don't think they'll really tone this down. But I mean, that's like my one small criticism. I kind of wish they wouldn't make this like too easy, you know. And then you have me in case 1 or case 2 overthinking some very basic facts, but let's put that point aside for now. What is Azure number 5? Oh, you know something? I remember what it was, that memory I blocked out. Ah. Oh, I was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Carrot or the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh. The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me it did, about 1 inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down on the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Oh my god. I mean, I didn't want to go down this path, but we have to provide some sort of uncertainty to their judgments, so even if it means we're gonna have a case 2 repeat, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people as well. It's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor using the bow like. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Oh, never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Does Susato practice archery by any chance? Oh boy. You know, she does. You know, it'd be kind of cool if there's like a little side thing of her practicing with like, what was it? Actually, because like, aren't the styles of bows in Japan and like I guess in Europe in general different? Like, I know there's like several different kinds, like ranging from short bows, long bows. I mean, I kind of blame, or I kind of like look at Civ 5 when I think about archery and Britain, because like their unique unit is longbowmen. I haven't really read the lore in the Civ, like the encyclopedia in Civ, to know a bit more deeper than that about the history that they summarize. I'm like, huh? Because like I remember when I was watching some of the Fate animes and stuff, when the people are at the archery club or archery range in the school, the bows that they have are like rather large. Because like, you know how bows are rather kind of like symmetrical and stuff? Well, usually, sometimes, kind of. But then like the bows you see there, like they look very large from like top up, and they kind of hold the lower end of the bow or something like that, right? If I remember correctly. I'm not sure if there's like a specific name for that kind of like bow in Japan or whatnot. But I just kind of help but think about that, and like let's say Mrs. Sada did practice archery. It'd be kind of cool to see her like toy around with it, and also probably scare the crap out of Ryunosuke with her potential pinpoint accuracy. Anyways. A woman in rage will hurl almost anything.
Hold it!
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you. Oh, that's right, she was chopping up meat with it. Had a tiny edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? Started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, and a glass, then a pot, a kettle, chair, wardrobe, cooker, bat. Hold it. Can I press, or can I say hold it right here? For a different reason altogether. You're telling me your wife can throw the whole freaking wardrobe. Wait, when they say cooker, did they mean like the stove or some shit? And a bathtub? Holy shit. Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into Thames. Wait, your wife threw you into the river. Still, she's not as bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I am so happy for you. Well, if you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who have been tossed into the Thames a few too many times by their wives. That's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. The window could have been open when the woman was throwing books, definitely a possibility. So nothing about these two since we didn't really. Or okay, so we know for sure to use this guy as the base. The window was forgotten. Oh. Okay, I mean, the reason why I want to point to juror number 2, even though we haven't done anything with her just yet, is when juror number 5 mentions the kitchen knife. God, that seems such a freaking unlikely scenario, but I just want to do this just for the hell of it, dude.
Objection!
Oh my god! Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once! Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? Well, we've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrideb's room, on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrideb household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? Beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you English gala. Gala? As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was...
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrett. What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Ah. Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man! My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrett was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window. And that window had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Oh. Okay. I mean, I don't know how I didn't think of this soon enough. I mean, I knew that it probably was, or it could have been launched somehow, but I was like, wait, how? It's like, but how about the angle? You know, the angle of the, hold on, the angle of the knife and all, right? But then I'm like, wait. You know what? I want to break this out for the hell of it. Hold on. We're doing it. We're breaking out MS Paint. So, oh whoops, that's selection. Don't mind me. Okay, so while the window, while the window was open and all, right? You know, smoke coming out from the windows and all, and across the street, you know, like how do I draw this? Like, oh god. You know, across the street, let me put like a little gray here. You know, like the pavement on both. Actually, no, sorry, this is a bad perspective. Actually, wait, how do I paint this perspective better? Well, either way. So basically, you have, you know, the victim here, you know, olive green. Basically, you have a book, and she, you know, obviously probably hunched down over to pick it up. And then the knife, okay, we could probably angle this better, but I got the perspective wrong, so work with me here. And boop. I mean, yeah. You know, I just want an excuse to use MS Paint, so forgive me. Even my missus hasn't got an aim like that. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. You know, I really gotta work on my perspectives. I had, like, a different way to, like, portray that, but my artistic skills leave some room for improvement. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Oh. Mrs. Garrett, your answer please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, that's my husband's. Oh, Oh. Oh, whoops. But, my lord. My lord. I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it'd be right for this trial to come to an end with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman? I have to agree. Not that I think that the granny didn't mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not that quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Whee! We did it! Oh, congratulations, Mrs. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Rabble, 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 rabble. How long can we stall for? Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? There should already be more than apparent that between the scene of the crime scene and the Garadeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garadeb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards, that's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen, the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, a smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house travels some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. He even reads Mr. Sholmes' books. There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Mr. Sato. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? I think that's beside the point here. Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, if I might be allowed to speak. She wants to go to war. As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. As such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. So, investigation round 2. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joanne Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Order! Order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
And unnecessary. Lord Van Zieks. Oh. There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth to it, Then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Would they have been able to see the projectiles through the smoke when it was high up in the sky at first? And also the fog. I mean, like, it was light, but surely they wouldn't have noticed, or... Actually, wait, they would have noticed the burning book falling through the sky, because when it lands, it would probably have been put out by the snow. Oh, or would that have happened? Huh, what's the timing for everything, actually? Wait, hold on, I got a ping. Oh, goddamn, it's from like a different server. Wait, is someone add everyone in this? Oh my god. Hold on. And a server that I'm in just for emotes just added everyone. I'm like, what the fuck? Ah. Anyways. Yes, sir! Constable Rolly Beat, reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Oh, sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month, on account of a villain who's, appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request. And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Oh, yes, sir! Oh, this case has nothing to do, with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. Yes, you see, sir. The windows on the top floor, of the Garrett house are top hinge, casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there, to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the scene of the crime for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Well, this is quite startling. Top hinge casement windows. Fancy! Or is it? I don't know. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Oh, yes, I'm sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. Ahem. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir! Sorry, but... what exactly is a top hinge casement window? And you... cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Look, we're only here for 2 days. We're from Japan. Come on. We're not as common as it is in London. Of course, I'm sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's room. Alright, I'll try. So the window opens in order to let the air circulate inside the house. Oh, I didn't think it only opened that far. Oh. You know, I thought it was one of those things where instead of pushing outwards, it would like drop down, or you would take the bottom half of the window here and pull it up. That's what I thought. I thought that this top half or the bottom half would slide down or up to the other side, which would leave very open room to chuck something across the street. Oh, shit. Oh no, wait. Wow, shit. I'm glad you rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? That's all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No! You see the problem then. Good, your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we've discounted already. That can't be!
Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh, how exciting! Oh my god. Oh yes, my darling, I saw how he crumbled before me. Okay. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
My lord.
Oh good, another desperate situation.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see? So they're restricted as to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where the objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinge casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what will that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garredeb's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. B?
Huh? Oh, sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked, don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Constable B! Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garredeb household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir. Oh, that really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garredeb household is on your beat, does that mean the pavement on the next, that the pavement next to it is as well?
Oh, outside Mr. Garredeb's house.
Oh yes, ma'am.
The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road. We'd never have been able to go that far. We'd never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his good hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. And now it's my turn, I think.
So, the east side, unconscious, large knife, running away, successfully arrested. Wait. Was seen running away by the reporting officer. Okay. Okay, I think I'm missing something here, but I'll just press the rest of the statements. But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Streetlights.
Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky looking for our lucky star.
Sorry?
A star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can it guide you to answer the question? Oh, if a flaming bolt had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star.
And if I seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. And I'd really be an inspector, I would have said 3 times at least.
Oh, of course. What with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir.
It certainly seems they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that correct?
That's right, yes. It had only been on, if it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
So, Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way.
Oh.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching.
What? What? Okay. The guy needs to stop chewing on his helmet strap.
Oh, please. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes? Like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is really never off duty, sir. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front. Nothing to report.
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir.
Seems altogether regular to me.
Well, this burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garadeb household, so the question remains, how did it find its way into the hands of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time?
Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well. Even if that were possible, why would the victim would have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. I'm so sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. I had no right to speak out. What do you mean? I requested the cross-examination of Mrs. Garida without consulting you. Even if the judge did deny me. Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We do need testimony from Mrs. Garida, even if we're ever going to get to the truth of this matter. Do you really think so? Well, I think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that window opens, Mr. Garida's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? You're right. And then there was Mrs. Garida's reaction to me showing her the knife. The woman's hiding something. I'm sure of it. You're right again. We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another. I swear. Yes. Just outside of console beats B. The sound was seen running away. Oh! Wait. So, I mean, I guess this is the only thing like my mind's on right now then. But if he didn't take his eyes off the crime scene, as in didn't take his eyes off the victim, then was he really the one that saw the assailant run away?
Objection!
Yeah, I know. Okay. Yeah, okay, so there goes that one, because like, that was like just egg on my mind a little bit. Okay, so... Okay, let me take... Okay, let me press the second statement again. Because like, I wonder if they do the dumb thing where they have a reaction come up when you press them a second time.
Hold it!
How do you know what they're furnished with? Dude, come on! This is so fucking stupid. Dude, like, seriously. It's getting on my nerves how they keep pressing for a second fucking time. Come on.
Excuse me.
Oh, actually, no, wait. Oh yeah, wait. Sorry. I take that back. Sorry, I'm being dumb and impatient. So, remembering we really were lucky. Oh, actually, wait. Let me just finish like the whole press without pursuing this then. So lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. Boundary. Okay. Forgive me for that little lapse in judgment there. Interviewing the occupants that day. House is on the beat. Does that mean the pavement next to it is on as well? Outside Mr. Gyarados. The pavement. Oh, the pavement on the side of the house is part of the beat. Oh, wait, so then... Thrown out of the window, you would have seen it. Wait. We're lucky it didn't happen on his beat, on his patrol route, basically. So, the road itself is the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one, Interviewing the Gyarados household occupants, okay. So, does that mean the pavement outside the house is next, or is part of the beat as well? So the sidewalk basically is part of the beat. Okay, let me go back again, and let me press without pursuing. See, you helped? In what way? Various members of the public were questioned in order to gather information about the case. Oh, that's right, sir. The sad truth is we're all overworked. Even though it wasn't under the jurisdiction of my own beat, I obviously wanted to help. I see. Well, thank you. Oh, is it my turn now? Oh, okay. So it just cuts straight to the...
Hold it!
They would have seen the book. Okay, wait, let me... Because there's something that's been on my mind, but like, let me just press this and see... just so we can get this off my mind. How can you say that for certain? Very good question, sir. The answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the Force written on it as a reminder for, to all of us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. That's what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word. Well, rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly. Sir. Oh, Rolly. You're so manly. Oh my god. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh my god. No, this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Gyarados? Ah, see, sir, you should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so, could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then. Absolutely, sir. I'll answer the fullest liability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Gyarados' domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Huh? Yes? I'd very much like you all to, and your countrymen to understand the great British institution of the Scotland Yard. So I hope you will take back some tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. You're kidding. I had to press this shit? I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I only just arrived here. Though to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my wallet card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. Try. Bruh, I had to... Dude, I had to press this for evidence? Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir.
Okay, hold on. I need to read a book. So, policemen will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. So, the other officer's beat. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Okay, so that's where Rolly comes in, because he discovered... Oh, no. I guess they're just saying that, like, if a crime happens on your beat, you have to help with it. So, not Rolly, but the other Bobby that covered that area. Okay. Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really... I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valid.
That's not the point! We weren't even going at that angle. Why would we? Then why are you playing the female card? Come on, don't do this to me.
You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman. I'm a woman on my word. I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you will let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Mrs. B. I'll allow you to supplement your testimony. So oh my god! I did have to press everything, for fuck's sake! Sometimes a path that leads resistance is a sage one. That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Uh-huh. Mrs. Beat, nobody's questioning what you told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening I saw it clearly. That little Easter man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
Oh, very clear.
You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me!
Constable Beat, is there a problem? I was having this nightmare, sir. My wife lost her sense of direction again. No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. Huh? You mean Mrs. B lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone for a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long, because of the bouquets, silly. Bouquet? The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Really so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies. He found in a gutter while doing his
Oh. That rough for you, huh?
Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Ah! Oh, yes!
But that was just between us.
No talking about it to anyone else, darling. Hey, Irie, thank you for the host. How you doing?
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Console and Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo.
Use one taking an FGL? Oh my god, daring today, aren't we?
But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. B, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add the details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Benzeeks. You got Bunny Atari one take? Wow! But congrats. But wow!
What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Oh yes, that's right. I was so upset. When we ran over and I saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Willie gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. B, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably.
That's right, silly me. I got over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I really can't.
Aw. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose really bought me. With that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry, solitary rose? Bruh. Bruh. I'm sorry, time out. I know that he probably isn't paid that much, given that he had to fish change out of the gutter, or wherever else he can find change. You only got a bouquet of one freaking flower. I know it's the thought that counts, I get it. But just one? Surely you could afford like 2 or 3 or something like that. I don't know, man.
Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with all bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Vanceeks, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household. In front of the Garadeb's household? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found at the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Can I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
Aww.
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial, do you hear me? I want it back!
Good grief, rest assured that I shall do my very best and not forget, Mrs. B.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower.
Ah, this is a rose, isn't it? I've never seen one before.
You now take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo.
I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least.
Gosh, 3?
Yes, plum blossom, beach blossom, and cherry blossom.
Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree-based, for example.
It's very stylish paper that the paper's wrapped in, isn't it?
It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me.
Ah, I see.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no. I was just thinking if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake.
Mrs. Sato-san, or Susato-san, you do love your cakes. Okay. So is there nothing else of note here? Yeah, I don't think there's anything else we can kind of glean from this. Yeah. Or not to my knowledge. Unless, like, there's something inside here, which, I don't know. So... So... Did leave the crime scene, make sure I understand.
Hold it!
Gone about 15 minutes, nothing was disturbed. So, do I... Okay, where do I...
Hold it!
So, drop scene of the crime. So, do I present the rose itself when she says this? I think I do. Move to the opposite side. Fuck it, I'm not exactly sure how I want to, like I have an idea, sort of, for, like, what it is, or for how to get to what we're asking, but I'm not sure about what I need to present to proceed, so I'm like, is it this?
Objection!
Yeah, figures. So then... Because I'm pretty sure... Okay, hold on.
ended up losing my way for a while. So, my next guess would be just the map since it was on the opposite side of where the crime scene was then.
Objection!
Yeah, figures. Okay, I know playing this guessing game isn't exactly the best way to go. Okay. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you make of all this? Yes, the whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along, but I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The fourth book had no business at being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Garrett was hiding something from us, but it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. So... I'm pretty sure, like, I need to fixate on this one here, but, the shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Mrs. B to drop the rose where she stood. Okay. I'm kind of drawn a blank on how exactly. So. So. What exactly was... Dropped the bouquet. Saw the one with the knife in the back, okay. Dropped the bouquet at the like around the corner of the street, give or take. Dark spot where there wasn't any light she didn't notice. Went to the police box. When I spotted my bouquet again, when I went to pick it up, it wasn't near the victim's body. So then... would it be... would they want me to show the case file to refer to, like, the beat zone or patrol zone of, well, Mr. Beat and the constable whose, like, jurisdiction that's in or something? That, like, is that, like, how they want me to proceed? Like, I'm not thinking clearly about this. So, heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. I was really gone to the wrong side of the street. Can't think of how it got there. That's when I dropped my bouquet.
The... I'll buy it. I'm really unsure of how exactly they want me to proceed.
Objection!
Well, fuck. Yeah. We're gonna do this good old trial and error at this point, because I'm having some slight issue with a personal issue figuring out what exactly it is they want me to present. Oh, whoops, did I skip too far? Oh, whoops, hold up. Oh, yeah. Whoops, sorry about that. No. Fuck, okay, I'm kind of out of ideas, honestly.
Objection!
I'm really unsure of how to... Or... Or do they want me to just... Or was I fixated on the wrong thing this whole time and just like make sure nothing was disturbed and then okay, maybe that was... Maybe I had the right idea of what to present, but just the wrong statement.
Objection!
Or not? Okay, what? But wasn't it technically disturbed in... Although it's not like the exact spot where the victim fell, since they probably dropped it a little ways away from the scene, but then... Like, it still stands that the rose went from one side of the street to the other. Right? What? Okay, ended up... Oh my god. I just desperate to find something on this rose, but there's literally nothing on here. Shock of seeing the stab victim. So then... Okay. Let me...
see, top hinge. If anything had been thrown out, we would have seen it. So, you know, then the book, and then the knife, if it was. No, it wouldn't make sense to show the bouquet here because, like, she dropped it on the other side of the street, so it doesn't make sense. Did leave to fetch help, but nothing was disturbed. Drowning bouquet. Nothing strange. I don't know. I really don't know. Do I present the bouquet here?
Objection!
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, dude. Like, I knew something was up with the fucking bouquet. But I had to point it out specifically to Constable Beat for the... Oh my god, dude. Cause, like, in a way, this be asking the same thing, but I guess be asking Patricia and not the guy who was at the scene the whole time, I guess, but come on. Like, it's close enough that it's related. So then, you know, you would kind of see, like, you know, my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was undisturbed. Okay, then I present the bouquet, but then, you know, it's like, okay, but then how did the bouquet that she dropped on that side of the street go to your side of the street, on your beat? Then we would redirect attention back to Rolly. Like, come on, why specifically? Like, I mean, it makes sense that he's the one that's saying it, that he's the one that was there and made sure it was undisturbed while she went off. Okay. But at the same time, this is kind of like the same train of thought. It leads to the same thing, right? Oh my god. This happens almost every single Ace Attorney game I remember playing. Like, okay, I'm not sure whether it's... I would put most of the blame on my brain for not probably thinking the right way, but god damn it, I was on... Okay, let's say this. I was on the wrong track to the right destination. How about that? So, even if it would have led to the same thing, I didn't go on the exact route they wanted me to take, as in go on Constable Beat's statement and then present it. Not from Patricia saying, oh, I dropped it, and, like, nothing, and there was my Rolly, to see that nothing was disturbed. Okay, nothing disturbed. What about the bouquet? You know, like, oh my god. Hey, Cena, how you doing? If you literally just loaded up the stream, I'm just rambling. I'm just ranting about how I spent the last, like, what, 30 plus minutes on one statement that I held the evidence for, but I didn't choose the right statement. Because we had to present the bouquet that was dropped on the other side of the street on Briar Road. And we had to present it to Rolly saying, oh yeah, there's nothing disturbed on the side of the road I was on, sir. Which, when that alone, I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But then we go back to Patricia's line, so that, you know, I left the scene to get help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. That's when I thought I had to present the bouquet. Because again, like I said, wrong track, right destination. Like, again, would have thought to say, wait, is that you dropped it on that side and you say nothing was disturbed, but Rolly was there and didn't notice that Rose go onto the other side? It's like, hello? I'm like, come on! You claim, Constable Beat, but there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes regarding the scene. But that cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you just explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs. Meager?
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable B not testify to that fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable B swore that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet that we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Well, think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Scrawny? Withering on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, Mrs. Garrideb's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb. But deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruto. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. I mean, you're right. Tell us, my learned friend, who could have possibly had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person, who was left alone for 15 minutes. I'm sorry, Rolly, but you have no alibi. I don't know the motive, but you have no alibi, sir. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? It was Sholmes. Okay, look, let me save here so we don't have to load all this back.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you! What? A policeman? A member of the Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. Nobody works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. B, you said that in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
He ran away.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. B, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
Oh. First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something.
That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Y'all slammers, oh my god. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Well, shit. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against the London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court for the motive of this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide... Wait. Where the book fell? Where the bouquet fell? Where the victim fell? So, okay. Book, bouquet, victim. Okay, I know it probably sounds obvious, but let me piece it together. Actually, I need to take off the magnifying glass. I already used my mouse cursor. Okay, so as we know it, the crime scene is right here, with the knife and the burnt book, but the bouquet was found to be here after Patricia said it was dropped here. But she has a bad sense of direction. Tampered with the scene. Yeah, I think that's kind of looking obvious. I think that's looking pretty obvious. I just wanted to clarify that in my head, just to like double or triple check, because like, again, bad with directions. And like, you know, if we maintain the facts as it is, the top hinged casement window, if it is there as it is, anything that hits it will go directly down to Constable Beat's side of the road. So if that is true, then there is no doubt that she fell here. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. So despite her being on the other side of the road, there could only have been one place where the knife would have fallen and for the book to have landed. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? are you talking about? We told you at the very start, did we? Or didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
Oh my god, I just noticed they're sharing the scarf. Aw. I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Japanese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garridel's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and it was already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When he saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable B then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself and the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it could have been seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found at its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly B. Oh. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream. Terrible dream. All the things I did that night, everything come out. Everything exposed. Huh? Huh? Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Wait, no fucking order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the yard's reputation for everything. I have a possible explanation for why on that particular evening, Constable B felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? Well, just in case I'm somehow wrong about this. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they're discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land and I have only just arrived from Japan. 2 days ago, in fact. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to each day, certainly. But for Constable B, the day in question was special. Oh, right, anniversary. So, did he really... Oh my god. Oh my god, you... Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime on Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable B offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable B. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's, beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done? It was the first time since I became a copper and I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then, it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen? And why tonight, of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meerschaum Street and then... God damn. Oh, he stopped chewing. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly, just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside of your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure that the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
Oh, 4 it was. Yes, definitely. 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You are sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Oh, interesting. Mrs. Gordab, you accidentally murdered an innocent woman. Excuse me.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, Pat and Pat and me saw it, or both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it at all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zieks. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Oh, leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Alright then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir!
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir. You mean to say?
Leave now. This trial is not yet over.
Oh, sir!
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third-party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mrs. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime.
Objection!
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being so presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zieks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. Oh my god. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime. It was Sholmes. Sholmes did it. I knew it all along.
So, okay, now that we know that it's on the other side of the road where, or near the Garadeb's house, right? So, I mean, obviously we can rule out almost everyone else, no duh. But then, obviously we don't rule in Natsume. So, only one would be Joanne, John. She's unconscious. Wow, she stabbed herself. A single stab wound in her own back. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm getting Detroit flashbacks to that stupid scene. Or not stupid, but like just the way that line was at the time. You know that line if you saw Detroit Become Human playthrough. 28 stab wounds. I'm sorry. Just the way that what's his name again? Oh god, what was that? What was that guy's name again? I forget. But yeah, just that scene. I don't know. It just sticks with me. The way he said that.
Well, only one other possibility. I'm sorry, Joanne.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joanne, Garadeb. Me, oh dearie me.
Objection!
Slam. That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the case has changed. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened the window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinge casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you can lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Say it! I don't recall. Wow! What a bold-faced look. Okay, we'll talk to your husband. Seriously? How am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? Anyway, the man over there and all that regalia said the members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes. Okay, the defense calls your husband to the stand.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4.
Oh!
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If only one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that?
Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garadeb?
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Miss Naruhodo.
Well, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror.
Oh.
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zieks.
I am going to have to testify.
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full, unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. God damn. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Jawan Garadeb. And I'm a juror.
And she avoided the wife/maid occupation. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Oh, yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Chin up, Giovanni. Nothing to worry about now.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Oh, don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb. Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th, Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. I've seen my fair shares of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Okay, until that day. Well, yes, I am quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of British courts. Calling a juror to a witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once! Dear God. Yes, on the day that you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. I can't recall the reason now. Knocked the candlestick over, set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find, to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around at our place. Can't say I noticed even if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. What if that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours? You'll have a job of proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such as surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have already testified. This may be a dead end. Van Zieks may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
Hold it!
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it's all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadeb. A rather, passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garrett found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too.
What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway.
A likely story.
These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
Oh, the bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there's some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. I have to draw water from public water pump during the day if you need any, you see.
The Lighters are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little mustache Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Oh yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He is obviously very well off.
Have you actually seen the state of the man?
I believe he uses all of his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire. As far as I was concerned at the time,
it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a suicidal takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
How did she know I was thinking of that?
So, please cast your mind back to try to remember.
Was a knife among the items you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see, some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, a napkin.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, sir?
Oh,
Slam. Mr. Karadep! Don't shoot! I'm sorry, beg your pardon?
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Well, nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was, somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's arm is uncanny. She landed direct hit. You put it in the pipe. Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. This is a court of law.
Oh, dearie me, I'm so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with the teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I never would have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a good look at this then. How do you suppose that happened,
Your pipe, sir.
Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out of one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see, your pipe was broken.
I never would have been sent, it never would have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Ah, you are the one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. Could be important. Slam. The defense believes Mr. Garrett's remarks just now could be of great significance.
Objection.
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a faraway wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense one might say. Might one.
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to, ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
How would you speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo? I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it. Oh my god! How? Like, I had a feeling, but how? Cause like, when we saw that the tip of the knife was broken, okay, the tip has to be somewhere. How did it get in here? Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there.
Yes, I saw it. It's something stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. How? Low quality knives, guess of the era. Oh, that's not the point with the knife itself, but how the tip got into the hole of the pipe. What the fuck? Oh, like, what kind of like physics wizardry transpired in that room for the knife to be thrown, hit the window, the tip of the blade bouncing somewhere into the room where the pipe was probably on the floor being held up by Mr. Garadev and landed into the hole? That is some trick shot shenanigans I haven't seen since I last watched that Ryan Higa video. Oh my god. Not gonna lie, that trick shot video was pretty cool. Although apparently looking at all the bloopers, it took a lot of attempts. But yeah, that video was pretty cool. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garadev. Now if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can he tell us about the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Many knives around our place, can't say if I noticed one or two went missing, I'm afraid. That bally thing in the victim's back really was one of yours. You'll have a job proving it, I think. Well, about that. British physics work differently. It just throws different.
Objection!
Slam. Mr. Garadev, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? Oh, you can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't. Used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does, dearie me. And it's rather wearing, being asked every other letter and every other word.
You must be very duzzy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly from a tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got in there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it's somewhat related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What?
When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the truth of this whole case, my lord. She's standing on the crate! You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
Take that!
This is a knife found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece of the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades stole at unsavory street markets. Criminals who would use them regularly to leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere inside near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrida's pipe. Oh, good grief, Lord Van Zieks. I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh. Order! Is this some sort of instant sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle! So Van Zieks has figured it out, hasn't he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once! Yes, my lord. The crucial point we had to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrida's pipe? When something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. It never would have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. He crushed his pipe! Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garrida flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garrida, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrida's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1! And yet there is no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from a window of the Garrideb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no!
Objection!
Okay, how can you object to this? That was the same fucking knife! A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. What other doubt can you count? Oh my god, what other doubt is he going to find, dude? What the fuck? A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Japanese approach to bottling his arguments. Sorry? But after all, it's just a theory. A game theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, it's spilt by an
insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable what? Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her...
That's right, you silly little man.
Now, Joanne, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and found... hello? She bent down to pick up the book as told by Constable Rolly B. Cause the book was already in the victim's hand upon finding her collapse on the ground. Okay, we have that cleared up? Okay, let's proceed. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself in the victim's back. Oh, Ryunose, come on, you know already, dude, come on. Order!
Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
Well, Rabble, he's lost for words, look.
I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place.
Oh, I don't know though, what really did happen? It would appear that the fence has made a rather spectacular blunder. Ryunosuke doesn't know. We know, damn it! The constable knows! If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Not like this. Come on, Ryunosuke, come on. We already know the fucking answer! We're so close, I could see the truth. I was so sure we're on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely. Just by one simple inconsistency. Or in other words,
we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand.
Mr. Sato!
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But the path you were on is indeed correct, and the way it will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
Seems you have nothing to say, my Japanese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. Okay, now the question comes down to, do I present the book or do I present the crime scene evidence?
This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth.
It's a test.
Yes!
If the knife fell onto the victim from above, there's no way it could have hit her in the middle of her back. But what if... Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel! There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer!
Oh, goodness!
Utter madness! Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged on the victim's back is...
Okay, I swear to God. Okay, I know it's the book, duh. But I think we have to show that it's the victim holding it, but then it's like, okay. But then assume what her, like, posture was as she was grabbing down the book that landed on the floor. I swear to God. It's literally a 50-50 on whether or not it's the book itself or trying to show the picture to try to convey the idea of what her posture was as she was picking it up. This is what I hate about some points in Ace Attorney games. It's like, you know the answer, it's just like, how do you... It's figuring out how the game wants you to answer. It's so stupid. Please, let it be this one.
Take that!
Okay, it was that one. Okay, I would have gotten it wrong if it was the book. This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. Oh, the music! You think both are right in this one? Maybe, I don't know. Because you know how Ace Attorney games are like sometimes, like, even though you know the answer, you have to pick the route at which to arrive to the answer, which can be annoying sometimes. Oh, wait, they actually took that into account? Oh, you chose the book itself when you played through this game? Oh, really? Okay, then never mind about what I said earlier. My apologies. The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we had to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic critically shows the book in question. The victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know, it was a police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Oh, quite so, and part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. Well, that's true, however, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement about on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked up the book of her own volition. And clearly that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo! Jingo? I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadeb household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment the victim was walking past. Yes, and exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mrs. Garadeb, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up. Yes, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. At that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never! It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor, in the dark and the fog. He didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Oh! And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that has culminated into an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb, very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garridan. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw that knife as well. John, dear.
Oh, it's all right. I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry. Oh.
Catch her! Oh, good. He's struggling to pick her up! Oh! His trousers! His robe ripped! Oh my god! Oh, I'm so sorry, dude. Lord Van Zieks, what news of Mrs. Garridan? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There's no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and her doctors believe she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we never once met her.
How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that's good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please, accept our heartfelt apologies. Oh, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beats said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she'd been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless.
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me.
Poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has gotten the better of him. Yes, poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should have never dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zieks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken, and the spirit exorcised. You know, that's a nice way of putting it, actually. I heartily commend you both. Oh.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask you one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel sometimes.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know what your decision would be. Oh, does mean I finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. Oh, I say, I have a cork of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
We did it! Whee! Very well. Mr. Sosuke Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Woo! Party! Party at the pub! Let's go! But just a juice for Mr. Ryunosuke. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. You know, I thought we would have a part 2 investigation. Cause like, I thought if something else really was at work here. I thought that like, trying to investigate the house again and probably like those other people that we saw before, cause you know, that's kind of some unanswered questions there. Who were those two people kind of having some kind of like discussion or loud argument or something like that? But then they're of no relevance to this case, which means we're gonna see them again.
Oh, locum.
Wait, you mean me?
Of course! Is there another locum here?
Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with us using my actual name?
Oh, at last I'm free, I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah! Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard to just say that, then?
Locum, you did it!
Just don't die next case, please. Just don't die.
You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, sir. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that. Lovely, loyal, locum lawyer.
Yes.
He's touched that we believed in him to the very end. I mean, as I said before, I have just never gotten used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Aww.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you locum lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British.
Oh my god. Now the racism has flipped around here.
You battled to the bitter end, laying bare to the baffling truth.
Okay, maybe it's not racism. But you know, the whole thing was like everyone just saying, it's like, oh, I'll never trust the Japanese or those Far Easterners. And I was like, Oh, those British are always making fun of me. You know, I'm like, come on. It goes both ways. Oh, I'm sure I mean, he's been here a year, I don't know. When I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!" Well, it's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. Ah, an anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. Sholmes! I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I'm here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh. The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the best of... Sholmes, I think you need to make some deductions of your own about the current state of the environment of this room. It's just finished. What? No, then my haste was in vain. It's you, Herlock Sholmes. Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you just arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. Okay, sorry about that voice crack. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I'll place you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Oh. Had she been taken to a hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Oh, well, never mind now then. What was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Oh, never mind. Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really, but... that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after all this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper.
Lord Van Zeeks.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed.
It'll be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! With a perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Mrs. Sato.
So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan.
Oh, yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh.
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've read so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, or in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all, although somewhat. The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. And what of Miss Susano and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustache We've only been here for 2 days! Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room. But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. Hey, Mr. Sholmes, you wouldn't happen to have any extra space in your home, right? Well, we can take the floor if you want. No. No. Please. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind a cursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit. Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. You mean the cat? I forget. Was that cat on the was that cat on like the big side slightly? Well, think about it. If that's all right, or well, think about it. If that's all right. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Yes, please. Name your price. Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Oh wait, what? No, it is up to the no, it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke to the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. Shomes to the rescue! Shomes to the rescue, yo! Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the Great Detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words. So, suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it is settled. Iris will will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. If you must come, and you must come too, Mr. Natsume, I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful. And then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. I shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Welcome. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you, too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But welcome. We'll meet again one day. In Great Ace Attorney too. I assume. Probably. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Yup, yeah, we'll see him again in the next game. Hopefully by then, I'll become a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street.
So a fun fact, real life Soseki Natsume described his 2 years in England the most unpleasant time in his life. Oh, goddamn. Well, better than I thought. You know, this kind of gives me, what was it? Was it Apollo Justice vibes, or... No, Miles Edgeworth? No. The attic reminds me of, like... some scene I remember in another Ace Attorney game. Or maybe it was one I haven't played but watched. Was it Spirit of Justice? Oh, so something about the attic reminds me of how the place was set up. So this is to be our new office, yes. Our office. I really like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh my goodness, the guy cleans up well without his coat and everything. Looking sharp. As expected of the great Detective Herlock Sholmes. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes, I simply adore it. Oh no, he's hot. Pretty much. Oh, good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Semi-title drop, roll the credits. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. Okay, forgive my vocab, but what does mirth mean? But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Such a cheesy line, but I love that line, I'm sorry. Shadows? What do you mean? Mirth, happiness? Ah, okay. Well, I believe you are well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London. What a note to end on. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke, but it wasn't long before my turn came. To lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Excuse me. The end. Okay. Well, that will do it for tonight. So much for FGO Grambly tonight. We'll have to leave that for tomorrow. Also, I gotta remember to actually log in for my bonus because it just reset a while ago. Oh yeah, I gotta pull before reset tomorrow. So, I have a feeling, okay, either I have to start my stream on time and hopefully I don't oversleep, or pull off stream, either one. But yeah, that'll be it for tonight. Tomorrow will be Gacha Night. We will continue the FGO summer event, leading into the new chapters for Grand Blue main story, chapters 141 to 148. I hear, or actually I haven't heard all the reactions, but I hear there's some interesting stuff, so we'll have to see how they actually continue the main story for Grand Blue, because it's been like, what, almost half a year, if not more, since the last story update? Because, like, if people aren't familiar with how Cygames prioritizes things, they prioritize making events first, and then if they have time or literally nothing else to do, then they focus on the main story. So it's been at least half a year, if not more, since the last main story update. But not gonna lie, a lot of the events were really good. Case in point, this last summer event, it was amazing. It's a stupid zombie movie parody and I love every minute of it. Also sharks. Even better, shark particles. Take that for what you will. I highly recommend everyone look up the Grand Blue Summer event of this year. It's a wild ride called Augusty of the Dead if you want to look it up. Oh man, that was a fun read. I mean, it was like me reading it in my VOD a couple days ago as well if anyone wants to see that too. But oh boy.